Welcome, folks, to a new Finding Paradiso. So this is our new series, playing with the folks on our community server called Finding Paradiso. Inspired by our Paradiso playthrough so far, it is an appropriately brutal starting point. So let's get to having a look at what they got up to since we crashed here last time we saw them. Enjoy. Yes, underground base, Shadow. We'll do a tour here in a second as soon as the server does a restart.
Gonna wait it out. It's supposed to be soon.
It's underground because we've been driven underground by all of the baddies. That's a thing. On Paradiso, Paradiso has lots and 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 lots of baddie.
Mm-hmm.
It should be about 4 minutes. Yeah, Jared.
The heck is... I don't know. I don't know anything that is happening on Paradiso, y'all. Much like before, but spiraling further out of control here for me, personally.
Yeah,
You've been building a mod list for Coax, Aaron? Okay, he can't make up his mind on what he wants for his next season. Ah. Well, if you need any inspiration, here you go.
There's 2 mods, I think, in there. Well, there's one mod and one mod that will show off today that might be of interest to Aaron.
You're busy doing dishes? Hello, Winter. Welcome.
Yes, there is a GPS pin in the channel, Fireflash, and you can also...
The restart is not happening.
Backspace teleport.
All he said was he wanted it to be based on the latest update. That gives you a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, just go for whatever you want. Oh yeah, it doesn't help that for some reason, the AI blocks have been having issues. I don't know, she's painting.
Hmm?
She's painting.
I'm not painting.
Somebody's painting.
I thought the restart was supposed to happen.
Nope, you can just hit backspace. It won't. Auto respawn is off. Let me check the plugins. Yeah, it should be restarting any minute.
Well, I
now.
found Jared.
Did you find Jared?
Jared's usually trying to murder me, so.
That's quite normal, to be honest. Oh, an unknown signal. 2 kilometers. Alright, well, the restart was going to happen, but it's not happening now. So, we're going to go upstairs.
My lights have not worked.
It's
so dark in here.
Told you, they probably rusted. Very upset team.
Slowly, everybody's figuring out that you need to build with concrete. I like it.
Let's get rid of this now. We don't need that anymore. And if the server restarts, it restarts. It's fine.
Jared grinding on Skoka. Build the HR. All right, so how do you want today to go? What would you like to do?
That's an excellent question. I think there's a couple of things we can do. Let's just pop upstairs and see if what I think is still here is still here.
So if y'all recall, last time we landed here and there was almost nothing.
There's still almost nothing, except for this giant bunker we've built. And by we, I mean think mostly Jared, Alien, and PhD.
Ooh. Okay, but look at this.
Oh yeah, there it is. It's still there. So this hole was a ramp. It's not a ramp anymore.
Yeah.
Alien, Jared, and Calgar, and PhD.
Uh-huh.
I see your friend is still here. Alien. Oh, its shields are still up.
Oh, wow.
And it's just casually rusting away.
Alright. Hold on. Stay there. Well, actually, no. Turn so that we can have the pretty sky in the background.
Yes, master. You want the lights on the ship?
Ooh. No, I need us to be standing beside each other.
Who's PhD? Jared is in the base.
How do I zoom us out further? What is the button I press to do that?
Skoka. You have 1,000 hours in this game. You should know what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't usually take screenshots, though.
Press F8.
What I want.
It's the free camera, so you could just move the camera.
Yeah, I know. It's not anywhere near my human.
That's fine. Just move it. You're not moving it.
I'm attempting to move it.
Hold shift. Now scroll.
I am scrolling. We're...
Scroll in. Hold shift and scroll in, please.
Yeah, I am.
Stop moving and then scroll.
Okay. Nope, now even if I press F8, it's...
You want to go back to your character, you have to press F6.
Here we go. Here, we'll go here. Alright, we'll give up. So, today...
It's just constantly giving up. Constantly.
Yes.
I am surprised that this is still here. One, because I thought Jared was going to try and... Or Alien was going to try and salvage it. And two, because I thought it would have despawned by now. So there's another ship? I think, Alien, the reason why it hasn't killed us is because it's nighttime. It's got no power. It's probably got solar panels up on the top. So if you strip all the solar panels off, it'll probably not kill you during the day.
I realize this is on the underside, but I will...
The shield won't give you as many components as you would think, by the way. We should still seal it, but just know that that's the case.
All right, so going back to, what are we doing today?
I think you were going to work on getting a thumbnail.
I got it.
So this should not be doing that. That's doing that, but weird. Anyways, so the left control thing is from a new mod we are testing that BD has made for us that lets you have structural integrity. So if you have a railgun. You can try and detach it. Well, that still won't work, Jared. It's not a real shield generator. So we're testing a new mod that gives you structural integrity. We've got the other Paradiso mods. We've got heavier armor, all kinds of fun stuff that make things interesting. Some dead tools. And I think that's about it mod-wise. That's cool and interesting. Now we're talking about what to do today, and that's an excellent question, Skoka. What would you like to do today?
Well, I was under the impression that you wanted to do a tour.
Yes, we should do a tour. Jared, it's a large grid ship one, but it's an NPC large grid ship one. You won't be able to repurpose it. That's why I keep saying it's not the thing that you think it is.
And then, I don't know how you would like this to go because we've never had this before. But if you want the folks who are currently on the server in voice, we can do that. If not, they can just use the chat.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is probably do the tour, go for a wander. I'll quickly show folks, because they're here. If you hold left control while you're looking at what we're calling a structural reinforcement beam, so you're looking at blast door blocks that are along a wall. The armor blocks, so light armor, heavy armor, concrete, stuff like that, will get a bonus to their damage reduction, which means that green blocks will get a 40% reduction in damage, yellow blocks will get a 30% reduction in damage, and orange blocks will get a 15% reduction in damage. So it is better for you to have reinforcements like this in your builds, because you're actually building structural supports to support your build. So this is the hope and the intention of this particular mod. We're testing it because it's been built for us, but it's super cool because it lets you do all kinds of fun stuff. It's also meant to really convey you can make things. Like, you make things like actual structural constructions, and they will actually have a difference on their builds. So that's super cool.
Absolutely. There we go. Okay. Are we going to visit you, Shiba? That is a good question.
I
don't know if we have the means to, like, drive over there. I don't know if you want to do some sneaky...
I have the GPS for it in the main. I have a GPS for it in the Discord. I don't have it on me, but I can get it. Let's see.
Because now, on the server, we're not just one base.
Yes,
so we can tour you around this base, but it is not the only base.
The only blocks that add structural integrity are blast door blocks right now, Alien. We were going to use beams, but beams are not as tough as as blast door blocks, and beams are DLC. So we wanted to use a vanilla block. Yeah, these GPS.
Turnip pod, 19 clicks northwest.
Discord.
Potentially Shiba.
There we go. Down. $19 kilometers. We'd have to make a custom beam block, Jared, and that's more work. Way more work than making the mods I've made so far. Okay. Do we want miners?
I don't know, do we? Do we not have them? I don't know the situation about what we have currently.
We have some miners. We want like a PAM miner. We can build some skull miners and modify them.
Yeah, can do that. We could build something that goes over to the other base.
Good. I was tempted to get or make a like a rover, like a tank, to shoot some bunkers.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that.
Oh, the last time that I played, I put a whole bunch of lights in, and I don't think a lot of them survived the rest. Because they have to be constantly babysat.
We have to talk about which hangar, because there's like 3 hangars, team. Do we need... Oh, yeah, so we're short on cobalt, so what we should probably actually do is build those miners then.
There's just hole?
There's a projector. Okay, cool. Just make us. Something's making a lot of noise. Okay. All right.
Maybe that can be a first task. What is this, a light? I was doing corner lights because they're cheap, but the light panels have more light. Using construction components and interior plane.
This is a custom planet, Fireflash. Build our own hangar for the Skull Miners. Okay.
Alright, so
I think that's
need
desync,
some
Jared.
bits.
So your
Let's see.
stuff is, these are all closed.
Oh.
I see.
What about over here?
That is a tank, all right. It's not what I meant by reinforcing your builds by blast door blocks, but sure.
Aha. 100 of those?
It's supposed to be a tank.
50 of those.
All right. So we want to have a hangar for the Skull Miners. Because the miners are going to be PAMs,
Will
we
they go
might
on an
move them
angle?
down here. There are angled something others now.
Maybe just here. What's going to make the most lighting impact? Because there's one there. One there.
Let's go all the way to
Off.
the Cobalt.
Up here it's going to be a struggle too. I think we need some along, or maybe here.
This walk is long. Okay. That goes to the Cobalt mine, doesn't it, Alien?
And I can build myself a little scaffold.
Our little Skull Miners dig forward, Jared. So, Cobalt, silver, and ice. Okay. We also will need to build a tunnel that goes to the magnesium, which is real close.
Will I be able to reach it from there? We're gonna try. Huh. No. I don't think we have enough oomph.
Trying to decide where to put these miners.
Maybe I need one of these.
Let's see. What's this
Not a
projector?
concrete.
Projector.
I need a. I gotta charge my suit.
S-
No?
EMS.
No.
4-1. Copy to clipboard.
What have I done? Hey, Tin Man. Welcome. Thank you so much for your subscription. I know. What have I done, right? I wanna do those lights.
Hi, Fireflash.
Oh, and I have to charge. Hold on. I think I have a chair. I remember putting a chair by this. Aha.
Of course, we put this wrong spot.
So, now that Final has been completely distracted on what we were going to do.
I said I'm building Skull Miners.
Yes, but you were going to do a tour and then make a decision about voice or not voice.
Right. You want to do a tour?
Well, I thought you wanted it for the YouTube video. If you don't, we don't have to do a tour.
I like how she always answers my question with a question. It's really helpful.
I don't know. You tell me what you want. This is your big show.
My big show. It's our big show. Okay. Give me a minute. Because I'm
thank you.
focusing
Thank
on
you who
this.
figured out the lights. That kind of helps a
Okay.
little bit. So dark. It's so dark.
Okay. Let's go have a tour. Where would you like to start our tour? You're the tour guide.
I assume we start at the top.
Okay, go. Let's go. Get up there. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oy.
Close the inside door.
No, she's not going to do it.
Let me backseat harder. I know. I'm gonna have to adjust to just being able to do whatever I want in Paradiso.
You're just going to stop in the
There we
middle of
go.
the road.
There. I was waiting for my light to... Okay. All right. Let's
Oy.
just take a breath, Final. You're
fine.
you're all out of sorts because the stream didn't start how you wanted it to. Just take a breath.
Oh, yeah, this is my fault. Okay. You do the tour then. Let's go.
No, come on.
We crashed over here. You remember this?
This was our crash area?
Yep.
Ah. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah. And there was a beacon and a piece of metal armor floating in the sky. Because the whole grid disconnected from the beacon that was holding it here. And then it despawned when nobody was on.
Yeah, so that's one thing for everybody to be aware of. If you don't have a beacon on your stuff, it goes away on the cleanup. Right, Winter? It's going as smoothly as normal. We are 19 kilometers away from Turnip Town.
We are. Yes.
So we are currently touring the one base that we have the ability to tour.
Yes. This was the first hole that we started drilling. This was right at the front of the ship.
Yes,
the ship was
right
here.
underneath it.
We started digging a hole into the base.
Correct. So where we left you last was attempting to get a ramp down to build a survival kit in this hole.
And there was a bedroom down here. It was in here.
This was
that got blown to pieces a number of times.
Oh, okay. Yep. Bashy Bane, hello, welcome. How are you today? Please let me know if I have pronounced your username incorrectly.
And then, so down here, this was
So
the
now
first
we got a
level
lot
of
of
the base.
concrete. We got a ramp.
Yep. Go this way. This is my tube. This was a reinforced tube that was supporting a bunch of weapons out here that all
There
got
were
blown
wind
to pieces.
turbines.
There were wind turbines out here. They're not here anymore.
They're
They've all been
not.
blown to pieces.
There were some guns here, which is looking really healthy.
Yeah. That was a thing.
Is this a server or just a survivor world? This is a semi-private server? I don't really know what we call it.
It's a server.
It's a server, yeah. You're doing all right. Excellent. Okay, Bashy Bane. Perfect. Welcome in. The magnesium was down there.
Yes,
guess it was-
there's a tunnel towards the magnesium vein. That was deemed unnecessary.
Okay, got it.
And then we've got
We're evolving in real time.
this was somebody's rover parking.
It looks like it. Okay. Oh, and there's a little...
This is the
I
beginning.
assume it was a drill?
Yes, it is a drill.
Or is it still drilling?
It is still drilling.
Okay, cool.
Though I think this is now a conveyor line that's surrounded by concrete. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Cool.
Then And I saw this go in earlier because Jared's been digging this doom hole.
Yeah, so
That's
you
that.
need the survival kit to respawn.
This
You're
is
trying to get
the-
back into the game? You can't seem to find a good modded server? Well, we have a lot of mods. You can see if they're of interest.
This is assemblers and refinery. And
Okay, I'm gonna close
Alien.
both doors. I'm gonna just close both doors, everybody. I can find the door. Here we go. Just ensuring everybody's aware.
hello, Tin Man. There's a couple of oxygen tanks and some things.
Very nice.
Oh,
Very
batteries.
nice. Okay, all right.
Nice, nice. Good room. Good room. Very nice.
Securely protected.
Well done.
And another bed. Ah. Yes, how's your vacation going, Winter? Alrighty. Here. Oh. Oh, that's your bedroom. Okay. Alright, got it, Ian.
And
We'll see.
then
Final's just gonna be mad at me today.
and we built a printer. I think was this PhD who built this or was this Jared? I don't know. I think PhD did these. And controllers. Pretty sure this is Aliens rover.
Yeah?
And then I think this is a floor printer in there. Don't know what that is.
Printer. Okay.
Then this is going to be more hangars and more hangars. I am tempted to dig out the landing section between floors here for the miners so that they don't have to fly across anybody's stuff to get out.
Okay.
And so this landing down here, I think this was Jared's moisture evaporator, O2
Oh, this
H2
is where I
generator
did a whole
generator.
bunch of mining down this tunnel here.
Yeah, if you go down that tunnel, it takes you down to the other mine. And this tunnel, I think, is also down to the other mine.
Okay.
Somebody caused some damage.
Damage! Do we have any public servers we can recommend? Oh, I don't know. We don't typically play on the public servers.
We do not. Between floors for miners, that's what I thought, yeah. And then down here we have more O2 H2 generators and moisture evaporators. And somebody wants to increase the amount of lag in the server by only using conveyor junctions. So I'm going to go murder them. Let's see, who is this?
Everybody make a mental note to only build conveyor junctions.
Jared. Jared only wants to build conveyor junctions.
Oh no! Staying out of this one.
Hang on a sec.
Oh, you're doing some puzzling in your room. Very nice, Winter. That sounds like a super lovely vacation. Yes, everything is in an airlock or attempting to be in an airlock because of the Rust mod. So Rust is a mod in which the longer things are out exposed to the elements, they start to rust.
Yes.
Which means they will eventually stop working if you let them rust for long enough.
Yep.
They will lose their various components and pieces.
And something to keep in mind is that I think, and I need to make sure of this, but I think stuff that's reinforced will rust slower.
How do you unrust? You run around with your welder and you fix them.
Yep. And then you paint them back up.
All right, so here we have some cargo, some
Do I have any more food on me? I don't.
and control.
Another
I
hangar.
know, I have to figure out which places that I can go to used cargo.
And then over here is the barracks.
Yep, we figured that one out.
That's where we started. And then
No.
I think this is meant to be the ship hangar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw the warhead mining. That definitely made this hole, so. There you go.
All right. All right.
Cool, huh? That's the base.
Yeah,
Most of it.
most of
Anyways.
it. So it looks a little different than the last time y'all saw it.
Just a little.
A little bit.
Oh, no. What do you want,
You
Jared?
did a puzzle with your favorite ants? Oh, that's awesome, Winter.
Oh, yes, the doom hole's down here.
You're gonna
Okay.
add that in, Aaron?
Right. I forgot about the doom hole.
There's a doom hole.
Oh, you're lost. Wait,
I haven't moved.
hang on. I have to come get you. Over here.
Now you're in the doom hole.
Find me. Come on.
I'm looking for your signal. I see Jared's, Calgar's, yours. There you are.
He's lost, team.
Yeah. Anybody else coming? Okay. Last person, close the door.
It's an elevator.
Oh, and it's sparkly. Okay. Oh, we might have to go. Oh, jeez.
Hit the button.
Okay. Okay.
Don't fall off.
Oh, no. No, Bob. No. So, Bashy Bane, this server is designed to be very, very difficult. So, everything you want to do is going to take longer and be harder than you would like it to be.
Basically.
You're going to lose a lot of your stuff. It's all going to fall apart slowly. You're going to get attacked by Reavers and NPCs a lot.
This is where all the wind turbines are. In case you ever wondered.
Ah. I see. Okay. Power generation.
Ah, and I see Jared has been building another refinery down here. The base within the base.
Got it.
It's 300 meters underneath the
Down.
ground.
Okay. Whoa.
You can go in that room and you'll see where Jared's hiding.
Anybody else attending? Okay. Ah. Okay. And
You
have
fall
your
to the
favorite
bottom at
cider
600
in here.
meters.
Amazing, Witcher.
Yeah, basically, Fireflash.
The murder basement. Excellent.
This is connected all the way to the top.
Wait. And then go.
Oh, we've discovered Abomination.
Oh, good. Jared is staying there. Okay.
Abomination huge drive signature.
Lovely.
What?
Lovely. But yes, if this sort of playthrough of Space Engineers is interesting to you, we have a Discord. In the Discord, first you have to introduce yourself so that we know you're not a bot.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can get some server information. For all of our servers, you do have to fill out an application because we'll need to add you to a Steam group, etc.
Well, you have to apply to the Steam
You
group.
have to apply to the Steam group. All sorts of stuff. It's in the Discord, in the community server info. And
Skoka
thank
casually,
you for following, Bashy Bean.
Skoka casually skipping all over the regulatory steps that she has to manage.
There are a number of regulatory steps. Because we want to make sure that the servers are a fun experience for everybody. So we do try to make a couple of hurdles to get everybody in and know that they're actually interested in being here. This is a bit of a climb.
She's taking the stairs. She decided to take the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Good job, Skoka. Jeez.
I'm getting my steps in, okay?
Uh-huh. Sure.
Just taking care of my health.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. So now that that's done, we can maybe get on to doing things that are more interesting than tours.
Well, I was trying to say it in a nice way, but yes, Bashy, that's kind of what's happening. We want to make sure that it's a safe experience for everyone.
Is there... There's a beacon.
There are, a few unsavory characters that are here, but...
Okay. So what I'm thinking is on the landing here where they have this T section, we're going to dig out this wall and we're going to put the Sco Miner hangars here.
Okay. Oh, how am I? I'm doing well. Thank you, Winter. It's a long weekend this weekend, so I'm excited.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to...
I had a visit with my parents yesterday, which was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. So that's nice. That felt good, that it wasn't terrible.
We'll probably run it down the right side, I think, Jared.
I'm going to figure
Good
out
point.
where they all went. There we go. I was making a joke.
These welders, do these welders reach to the
Alien
middle?
said he's one of the unsavory characters.
See, they do not. Or if they do, they're not building everything.
Oh, y'all are great. It's just occasionally we'll get people that'll pop in. Like, they'll send direct messages to Final and I, like, in Discord, through Twitch, like, all sorts of stuff. Like, let me in, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, these are precisely the, like, people that we are not interested in.
Doing what it's supposed to do, so there you go.
I mean, yes, it's not technically safe in this world, because everything will try to murder you.
Yeah, the welders are a little weird.
Oh, thank you, Alien. It was good. As good as it can be, Oh, we have Monday off. It's gonna be great. For everybody who gets art through our Patreon tomorrow, because I've got the prints now. I got them in the end of last week. So anybody who gets art from Patreon, those are going to be mailed out this week. I have to write them and address all the envelopes tomorrow. I anticipate the post office will be closed because it's a stat holiday, so I'll mail them at some point in the week.
Yep. Basically, the welder wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah.
That complete. Looks complete. I'm gonna turn off the welders and see.
We gotta get our dance moves up for this, everybody. I need my wave. Hold on, let's make a whole... We need the reactions ready.
Projector.
And no, I need a dance. Okay, dance
Looks like it's
disco 1. Dance disco 2.
Who could have seen that
Oh,
coming?
I want the finger guns as well.
Yeah, I was gonna regret playing with Jared.
We'll just perfect. Do some dancing. It's brilliant.
All right, let's try this again.
Just dance by myself. Okay. Lighting is important, and then fixing all of the rust is probably another key feature for today. It's looking a little rusty. And then, I assume the goal of this playthrough is to get off the planet, yeah?
Probably.
That's typically what happens. So we're gonna have to build a spaceship. I'm sad that we don't have a blueprint for this that's sparkly.
Well, you can do things to it. It's fine.
Fine. It's fine.
What I need to do
Yeah, smashy bean. There's some
is
weirdness out there.
get. Okay, I need some food and water because someone murdered me.
Yeah. Some people be crazy and unkind. It's very true. Winter. There's some weirdness out there. And then it's also in a lot of games are, you know, male dominated too. So it can become a weird environment if you're, you know, a woman or have a community where there are more women. I just want to have a space that is safer. So we try to put a few checks in place. Oh, it's already smoking.
Yes, because someone turned
broke
off the
it.
dampeners.
You broke it.
I will fix it.
Hey, Rev, welcome. How are you doing today?
Grab those.
I have to charge my suit. Let's put this like.
Oh, let me know if your underground miners are more stable.
Was it 3 blocks up? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beauty. Can I reach?
I made a change to the drag settings, so things might be more stable underground.
Aha. There we are. So the reason why we're building scaffolding and jumping around a lot is because the jetpacks are weakened. So they are not particularly useful. I need food. Oh, geez. Actually critically low. Uh-oh.
I will need to jump into a bed here in a minute, so I'll have to go downstairs.
Run, run, run. Got it. And gamers, impossible. I know. Just finished your stationary stream. Excellent, Rev. How did it go? Now we need the foods. Does this still give me the foods? Maybe like 3 of those?
I'll have to modify this grid too, because there's no beacon on it. Okay, let me go park this on the concrete so it's out of everybody's way.
I guess I should get a water too. That would probably be smart. Can I grab this one? I can. Excellent.
Turn that off. There we go.
Make sure we finish having
Downstairs.
that. Good, good, good.
Thing. There we go. Okay, jump in there.
Well, those are
That.
somewhat helpful. They have any sort of...
You can, if you use build vision by holding left control and scrolling, you can adjust them right in front of you. Like you used to do with your other ones.
Thank you, thank you.
Radial wheel might be easier for you.
What if I do like
Oh,
Nope.
we have some introductions that are done.
Some introductions? I feel like 7. Nope. Nope.
There we go.
Nope. Ah, there we go.
Okay, let me go modify that miner
Oh, why are you different?
so it doesn't disappear. Then we'll get to building some connectors for it.
That is more helpful.
Wonder if you can trigger. Well, something I have thought about
Uh-huh.
is if you can trigger if you can trigger programmable block commands with the AI blocks. What I was thinking about was switching up the miner, the PAM miners, so that they had a defensive block on them.
Yeah.
That when they started getting within a few kilometers of a hostile, they'll just they'll run.
Oh, that's a good idea. Just get out of Dodge.
Yeah, they'll trigger like the return home command or something.
Mm-hmm.
Need to test that, but
An idea. Thinking to put another light here.
let's see. Look at this road paving sanity going on in here. Jared and Fireflash. Jared is drilling, and Fireflash is printing. Oh, and to answer somebody's question earlier about pan miners and wheels, I don't think so.
7 seems to be pretty good. Do I just like...
All right, let's modify this.
The only button I know how to press to get out of it. Okay. Oh yeah. There we go. It was quite okay, Rev. Your furnace is almost ready to get us your hearts. Oh, nice. And the furnace had in the base you showcased back then? Okay, cool.
There.
Nice.
That's a thruster.
Glitching concrete. Perhaps.
Okay, now I need a beacon.
Usually a good chance something has glitched.
And I can pick this back up. Steel plates. Steel plates.
Might be back later, Bashy Bean. Okay, your AC is out. Oh gosh, yes. Texas heat is not nice. I could imagine. No, we'll be on for another maybe about 3 hours or so. Yes, best of luck finding somewhere cool.
Oh. There's still some room
Ah,
up
yes.
here.
With the light. Potentially it.
There's plenty of room in here. I could put an AI block if I needed to.
All right. So you're mining. What else do we need to do?
We probably need... Oh, there's that abomination huge drive signature. It's attacking the bunker. Well, what do you want to make? Do you want
I just want to be useful.
Okay, well, that's not helpful to me. What do you want to make? Because what you could do... Did I fix this one? Might have the issue with the blueprint. What you might need to do is help with this hangar.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we need a tank or a vehicle to scrap the ship above us, as well as go bunker hunting. So we need to start building a tank.
Okay. So this tunnel, what is this tunnel doing? Where is it going?
Tunnel is going to the mine.
Got it.
Bingo, this is the one that has this problem.
Gotta make a trip to your uncle's house. All right. Well, enjoy. That's actually not, in case more conveyors and concrete is actually
It's another thing that needs doing, yes.
probably a higher priority.
Well, you can,
Because
in
we
case...
need them to work.
you
Okay,
could-
so if I was to go find all of the conveyors, I just have to start wandering around. Because I would like our production to be secured before we... Goes for ages. Okay, all right. Because there's a bunch of stuff here. Do I cover all of this up?
Let's build back in.
Because there's pipes. Those probably should be covered. Hydrogen at the bottom.
Okay. Is that everything on here? I think that is.
The water should get covered. Down here. We have a lot of ramps.
Like how this is small grid something, something, something. Rename. What is the... TMS?
Over here.
TMS 4-1.
Just a room.
So this is TMS 5-1.
The main ramp to the floor. All right.
Come on.
Let's see first. We had barracks. This one is rusting, and it's still going. This probably.
Should just rename this.
Hmm?
TMS
Needs some
5-1. Okay.
Have fun at the lake, Winter. We'll see you later.
TMS 5-1. Blueprinted.
Hey, Shadow Wolf, welcome. How are you today?
So we
It
need
is-
to...
It is a new game. Technically.
Technically.
We are still looking for Paradiso, but now we are on our brand new server.
Where did you say that conveyor line was, Alien?
It's about 30 feet from the house. Well, that is super convenient.
We need to go from here. Oh, under the well pad. I see.
That's
Okay.
interesting. Cool.
It's an Eidolon.
What is over here?
So
Locked?
from over here.
Door locked?
Off.
Off.
It's red like that. It's off.
Ah.
So I need to go from under this. There's no access to this, right?
No?
Not anymore. There used to be a door here. I would go over probably, right?
All right.
Over,
That's fine.
and then down the wall and under. These are bottom mounted connectors on these ones.
That's this one again. I'm just gonna get lost today.
Okay, so let's start carving a hole in there. So I wonder,
That makes sense. Keep people from venting air.
Far
So
up.
you are probably what I am after.
so
You need to be encased in concrete here, I am anticipating.
sounded good. There. Right height. Let's just start grinding this down.
Oh, that's a good question. Bashy Bane wants to know when it says Discord username, does it mean your display name or actual username?
It means your Discord username. So the one without the numbers. But the numbers don't matter anymore, so. All that particular thing is. So one more down from here.
I suppose it was a more relevant distinguisher at another time period.
It has to be one line with this. It has to be just the name. Because if you put the slash, the script won't recognize the name. Yes, there's a script involved. I think it's this one. So about this level, which means
Back here. Just two.
it's above that.
Am I out of? I am out of steel plates.
Where did the miner go?
We'll cover all that in concrete. Cover this in concrete, I think.
So just put your Discord username, the actual one you have, not the one you have on the server, your actual full Discord name in that field. Okay, so about there. Now, where did we move this miner to?
Which miner?
One I just built.
Well, I don't know.
Behind Jared's big one. Oh, it's right here. Huh. It's invisible to me. Fun. Also annoying.
Radius.
Yep, desync.
Boost you up.
Let's try this. Entities refresh. Should bring them all back in. There it is.
We-
Forces my
Don't?
client to resync. I would even start, except the script is designed to get that because most users don't know how to get that number. Okay.
All right, I will need. Oh, that's nice and bright. Look at that. Okay, it's very dark over here.
Yeah, for you or I even start, we would get it all the time, but most folks don't know how to get or where to get it, and I think you usually need developer mode to get the ID.
All the bits I do. Huh? We can do it. There we go.
And turn that off. There we go. Do I have any concrete on me? I don't. Oh, maybe I do. Dude.
Much darkness over here. What do I have in my inventory? Okay, I can make a couple more lights over here. Maybe on this side. And then we'll start concrete filling.
Let's grab some more concrete. Get rid of the rubble that's on my... Oh, I hear a storm outside.
Storm?
Yep.
A brief amount of... Okay. How can we... Do we have to adjust this ramp? Because I'm gonna concrete in a bunch of this. But the ramp might have to move.
Which ramp?
The underground here. I think it'll be fine. I can just move it a block.
Skoka's being super helpful with her cryptic details.
Would you like to come over here and tell me how I should build it?
No, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, so... Oh, the ramp at Jared's elevator, I see.
Because if I'm gonna enclose these pipes around here, I'm gonna enclose around there. Or do I just start on this side and ignore that for a minute? Just cover this stuff up, unless we require access back here? Does it just need its own door? Is maybe that the solution? Because we could stick a door here.
On the way in there, that's what we needed. That's good. Let's get this placed.
Concrete here. Let's get some concrete.
New version of AI enabled. Okay, that's that done.
No, I don't want that many. Let's just do like 200. Because I know it doesn't take up very much inventory.
You're a bunch of inventory. But you heard me.
What? What? No, I know that the rock doesn't count as airtight because I can build a room around it.
Blocks.
But we do have...
Ah. Dash. Thank you for the follow. Concrete.
Or we can take... Ooh. Death voxel territory here.
Unless we seal up the bay, alien, it's still gonna rust. But I can do that. I can build a floor. That's fine.
Does this connect? Uh-huh. Drop that in there.
Sure. Off limits. There's an off limits section. Oh no.
Uh-oh. I thought most of this planet was off limits, realistically.
I mean, mostly. This is another conveyor. Oh, that's a conveyor junction. Again. Where's it, Jared?
Trying to not build the scaffold
That
just
oh,
yet.
that eidolon went over top of us. That's fun.
Because this probably needs...
Let's get that in there.
What are you?
And while I'm here, let me check something. I need to go over to this. Okay, so that
Concrete
script is
house wall.
obviously not running, so I need to fix that. First off,
Oh, cause see the... I see what you're talking about, Alien, where you're like, oh, I have to completely cover all of these. Oh, this is a project, okay.
okay, 2 more community server seats have been filled.
Woohoo!
And I need to go to Steam and approve groups.
Welcome in, everyone.
Things. Do new requests. Excellent. And excellent. Done.
Excellent. Thank you for the introductions.
Okay, so I need to work on a floor for Alien.
Aaron is looking forward to Homeworld 3 next year. I know somebody else who was looking forward to that game.
You'd be talking about DE.
Final is stoked.
I'm very excited.
Very excited.
Oh, you're working on sealing up those pipes. Okay, good.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just assessing the current situation.
No problem. Continue drilling. I feel like I should just drill all this out with the miner. I feel like I should just do that instead.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll make sure all of these are healthy. They're all healthy.
I hope they get yes to the end music again. I don't think that's going to happen, Pseudo.
We don't want reinforced. We just want the concrete.
Let's go over to here.
Of course I'm running out of energy.
I committed through the FEG campaign, Aaron. So I have a collector's edition coming.
Got all the bells and whistles happening. He's ready.
So ready.
He's
I'm just gonna
ready.
dig this out. I'm not gonna regret doing that. So, just gonna dig it out and build a frame. 4 engines on. I've had some questionable experiences with pre-orders and stuff like that before too. I kind of just, at some point, it's basically gambling.
It's basically gambling. But he's like, if this gamble pays off, I really want it to.
Yeah, and I mean, you also have to recognize that you're trying to support something that you want to.
You want to support?
You want to support, then you should support it. And you have to recognize that, like so many other things in life, it might not happen even if you throw money at it.
Also, Final would not miss out on the opportunity for the collectible merchandise.
I would not.
He is the target audience in terms of that sort of perk. Oh, I need
Totally.
to-
I had to get a Brumac from work.
Okay. Interior. Lots. Grab a few of those because I think we're gonna need them. And more.
I'm happy to get a quote there, Jake from State Farm.
Ah!
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Let's just do more concrete. All of the concrete.
All concrete, all the time.
Okay, these are
Get that
we're
one.
losing integrity as we go here.
Oh, connection problem.
Blah!
Oh, that looks like it might have had a crash because it restarted. Fun. All right. Welcome to playing on a server.
Jeez.
Crashed for a day.
Rule blurm.
Dropped a vehicle and rovers went straight through the pads. Yep, that is a crash.
Whoopsies.
A good thing I save every 5 minutes. Hanging out in the lobby now.
Alright, lobby time. Wasn't you this time, Shaiba?
We established this already, Shaiba. It doesn't matter if it's actually your fault. It just matters that it was already defined as hashtag blame Shaiba. This is what happens to me, so therefore.
And I was like, hey, we get to blame somebody else.
That's right.
We get to blame somebody else.
This is also why I like the lobby music. The lobby music's a great choice for this.
Oh, Fire Flash told Jared to drop the vehicle off the rotor. Uh-oh.
Good job. Good job. I need to get some chairs for the lobby.
Mm-hmm. Get a couch, maybe?
Maybe. Maybe we can put the fish tank in.
Ah, yes. Maybe we can put it upside down and see if the water stays in it. We could definitely yeah, see it like fish tank on the ceiling. See what happens. Oh, I see. I see it's time to do some workouts.
I see that.
Here, well.
Oh, actually, it didn't start. Why didn't it start? Weird. Big. That's fixable.
Giving it a minute in case any additional are redeemed. Oh my goodness, Andy. An amazing question. An amazing question.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Andy.
Welcome.
I've never heard of these people.
How are you today?
What are you talking about?
It's really a shame that he refuses to answer the question.
Sounds like an Indian spice mix.
All right, I'm gonna do my sit-ups and my push-ups.
Enjoy how soon as the server comes up, peer-to-peer question requests spams the log as everybody starts getting it at the same time.
2, 3, 4, 5, and push-ups.
Steps being the first. Wow. Well, apparently I have some curls to do. Thank you, Fireflash.
1, 2, 3,
It's gonna be a minute while we load anyways.
5.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Beautiful. Hydrate. Okay, make final drink. Final must also hydrate as well.
Sorry, I cannot.
You cannot hydrate? I got you a water bottle.
No, I got rid of it because you were being grumpy.
You I am not grumpy.
You're very grumpy.
No.
You are very grumpy.
I am doing just fine.
There's a number of folks in the lobby.
Which lobby?
In the lobby.
What?
Everybody's having a great time.
In the Discord lobby?
Yep. I guess I get to dig all this out again. Thank you, team.
You hadn't decided if you wanted to open up
True.
voice or not.
Grumpy Spice? It's true. Grumpy Spice. Thank you, Fireflash. Really appreciate that reload. Super glad that super glad that I make sure to.
Slow clap it out here.
I set it up so that saves every 5 minutes. Super glad.
Good work.
Pro move.
You're just so impressive, Final.
I am.
And humble.
I am. It's about as humble as Empire.
Final is now obsessed with the TV show Foundation.
I don't know about obsessed. But I do
mean,
enjoy it.
You told me that you were listening to the soundtrack all day for 2 days.
I was.
Oh, we've missed some of our work here. We went back in time a little bit.
Yeah, I told you. Empire's piece. All right.
Not working, Tin Man? You're gonna have to be more specific. There are a lot of things in Space Engineers that are not working.
Yeah. Spawning might be one of them. Oh, good.
Good. Perfect.
Okay. Do we want a whole other room down here, Alien? Because that's roughly what you're getting. What is Empire about?
Foundation?
Foundation. Foundation is based on, or Foundation, the TV show, is based on the books by the same name.
I believe it's by the same name. By Asimov.
Yeah, by Isaac Asimov, yeah.
Well, we're doing some time traveling today, I think, Tin Man. A new feature.
You did lose time. That's because the server crashed. Didn't save.
So we're actually in the past right
We're
now.
actually in the past.
What?
It's-
We're in the past. Oh.
Tin Man. Fire flash.
You're getting everybody mixed up.
It's a long day.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Let's go.
It's honestly a relatively uneventful
Paradiso?
troubleshooting for space engineers. There has been much worse.
There has been much worse, it's true.
You just wanted to be perfect, and it wasn't perfect.
It is a good day to die, yes. For those of you who are up there using the
Oh, I
OIC,
need more concretes.
are
Ooh.
you folks using the welder pad right now? Done
Like,
with the welder pad?
rapidly losing-
Still need it?
Health. Alright, I'll work as fast as I can.
Yes, no, maybe. On. Let's try this.
No, I wanted like 500.
Let's hope this doesn't come collapsing down.
Oh, it's absolutely gonna collapse.
Good news. It didn't come collapsing down.
There's the other view if you want to check out the collapse.
How am I going to deal with this? Hmm. There we go. Haha.
Ah, thank you, alien. For the Khadgar link.
Oh, thank you,
It is
alien.
potentially doomed. Andy, we'll see.
It's kind of always doomed. Kind of what we do. Stuttered there for a second, was about to say.
Before I box this in, the other side isn't. Is the other side? No, it's not covered. Okay, so how do I get over there?
I don't know, how do you get over there?
Do I have to loop all the way around here? Made an error?
Hey, an error?
Have I? This is looking danger here.
Sure, this isn't disconnecting anything significant.
Cut a hole in the floor above. I think that's what we're gonna have to do.
Fine. Just do it this way. Help that up. I'm only going to take it up to here, alien. I'm not going to take it all the way back. Because if I do it to here, it'll be covered. I don't have to worry about it. Somebody just glitter the whole grid.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Feel like I should remove the vanilla paint options.
Oh, no.
You can only paint with a paint gun.
You can still select glitter from that, though.
Yeah, but you can't paint the whole grid by accident.
Well. I suppose that is true.
More concrete. What we do need,
Gosh.
is to get that ship up there ground down.
Uh-huh. Well, you could take one of the SCO miner designs and just modify it.
I do have a grinder version of that ship. We'll have to go make sure that the shields are down during the day, though. Sure, it's got no possible weapons left.
I ground down all of the guns I could find at reaching level.
Good.
I mean, I can go walk up to it and see if it murders me.
You don't have to do it right now.
Just wait for your murdering.
Well, I mean, you can go get murdered now if you want. It's fine.
You don't need to be murdered currently. But, you know, at some point.
Okay, let's get these welded up, and then we can go back to doing the hangar here shortly.
Go do some charging.
Could put a vent here.
Just love the opportunity for a vent.
Would mean that the top of the welders are pressurized too. This should technically be an airtight space under here.
Well, then you can have it. Okay. So, I should be cutting a hole here.
Care of that. But
Brilliant.
where are my vents? Vents in my hotbar or no? I'm hearing a lot of grinding going on up there right after building a whole bunch of stuff, so I wonder how successful their actual building is going.
I don't know.
Doesn't sound successful. Sounds like they built something and decided it didn't work and decided to turn it down.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Sounding questionable up there, team.
Okay. We got a ramp situation happening.
Air vent full.
Mm-hmm. 500. Alrighty.
That.
So, we will.
Let's rename this. Under welder floor. Yep. And again there. Cool.
And then, see one more here. Gotta get a little bit of this out of the way.
Have to cover up these conveyors.
Here we go. Got it. We'll do maybe this one as well.
Trouble over this, Gaga?
I'm causing so much trouble. Because we'll have to get out around that. I need another one. We'll fix.
A lot of concrete welding going on today.
So much concrete. Okay, perfect.
quest for a conveyor line turned into, hey, can you build a whole room?
You're running out of energy.
Just fix all of it. Ooh. A danger hole?
Combat phase has ended.
It is a break almost from the end of the last Paradiso when we were just constantly being attacked in the ship to now being able to hunker down and avoid a lot of the attacks.
Now you say that, and there's a parallax shadow 2 kilometers away from us.
Uh-huh. I anticipate it's still going to be awful, but...
Okay. All right. There's a whole bunch of weirdness going on over there.
Checking to make sure these still say that they're fine.
Build me a separate bunker to hide my battleship in? Yeah, sure. Let me work on that. Need some water. Thinking about this, where should I build the door? Here? Seems like the right spot. Not quite. Here, maybe. It's a little further forward than I wanted to be. What's this do, then?
This is going to be quite the patch job here.
See, we painted the main grid again. Team.
Okay, water. Can I grab this? I can. Let's grab a couple of rations while we're at it.
I have enough concrete on me? I do. Great. Some concrete and a connector I can't get to. That's super cool. Love that.
And then we'll put this away. We'll seal this one here.
Grid cleanup will occur in X minutes. Okay. More welding.
So much welding.
A weld stream.
I mean, it's kind of just Paradiso.
Yes.
Welding. Moments of intensity, but mostly moments of welding.
Watch weld.
How am I gonna get all of that stuff? This is not a simple encasing of everything.
We check to see if moisture evaporators work inside of a room.
Probably not.
It's probably worth double checking. So, like, look at the moisture evaporators in the G menu and see if there's some flavor text about having to work outside or something like
Moisture
that.
evaporator pulls water from the surrounding air to provide ice. It requires a planetary atmosphere and a fair amount of power to function. That's all the flavor text we get.
Shit, as long as they are in Atmo. Okay. Well, then we're probably fine.
We're probably fine.
Probably fine.
As I'm encasing all of this stuff in concrete currently.
Yeah. Not like that's gonna be a problem later.
That's why I thought we should just put it in a room, but at least with all of the pipes encased, it'll be easier to get a room built.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. This will be the floor, which means I should.
Scarlet
keep these.
says they work anywhere in Atmo, but believe they have diminishing returns if there are multiple in close proximity. Okay.
Well, there you go. Oh, look, another Eidolon.
We'll just loop around. We'll get some energy.
Them in 2 of Coax's seasons that I've made. Cool.
Oh, I haven't been putting my helmet on.
I just heard lightning.
Awesome.
That would be a megastorm.
It's true, Rev. Basically, we're condensing the sweat of all the hard workers in the room.
It's true.
We're just collecting my sweat as I work on building concrete blocks.
Sweat of the Empress by Dolce & Gabbana.
That could be very expensive, I think. Could turn a tidy profit on that. Because we're not just like going halfway with this. If we're encasing it, I'm making sure that it is all encased.
What's Jared's favorite song?
Excellent.
So, Alien, I've made you a 3 tall room. Ooh, put something fun in it. Lots of space for activities.
Ooh. Pop something.
Well,
Just
Skunk is
concrete.
about to murder us all.
Just concrete.
We're just concrete.
Need some steel plates, though. Oh, keeps missing more. Interesting. Is it because it's got more air?
You might want to charge your suit.
Now it's what's the word that I'm looking for? It is exposed to more air, therefore it's losing more plates.
B.
Okay, so let's do this first.
Scarlet, did you hear about the structural reinforcement mod that we've got? Figured it would be right up Scarlet's alley.
Soon it'll just be you, freezing to death, because I'll have switched myself off.
Applies to ships too. I can't remember if BD made it so that it's for small grid and large grid. I think the intention is eventually it'll be for both. But it's definitely large grid right now. You have blast door blocks as like beams or columns. You can reinforce the armor around your ship. Super handy.
Oh, this is gonna need to be
Suit systems offline.
Charging.
more extensive. Project keeps gaining in scope.
Always. Grid cleanup, 2 minutes.
Alrighty. Put beacons on your things.
A little bit of, seem to be a little bit. Do you want me to turn the welders on? Maybe I should do that while Jared's there so I can get my revenge.
Oh, not good. No?
Here, I'll just...
Okay, these are concrete blocks. Are these
There's a mutiny going on.
a mutiny?
Yeah. I'm gonna remind everyone not to assassinate the admins. Don't think bad things happen.
How did this happen?
How did what happen?
The floor is... I thought it might be a half block.
It's half blocks.
This floor is half blocks. Oh, jeez Louise. Okay, so then these have to be half blocks.
The welders are probably, as we keep calling them, borked because of the EIM mod. But let me see. Wonder.
Maybe the next engineer.
If you want me to help, don't do stupid things.
Okay, so that's not gonna work. You having a good time, Final?
Getting tired of dying all the time.
Okay, so these are half blocks. I built full blocks.
Good luck, team. You can fix it yourselves. I will not help you anymore.
You can come figure out what I should do about this problem.
An antenna does not work as a beacon. You have to have a beacon on the grid. It might be that if it was attached to another grid, Tin Man. Oh yeah, Rev, I totally understand the dying part in Paradiso. That part I'm not worried about.
is a concrete block?
It's just the
Do I just
shenanigans of folks that I am trying to deal with. Get off the pad.
If I just
Thank you.
no
Go.
here. If I swap because these are full blocks, these are half blocks. If we swap these ones,
Let's see if I can figure out.
here, okay. No, you're concrete block. I want you. We're gonna take this one out.
No, Tin Man, it does not. If you're close to the grid, it might. And if it has a survival kit on it, it might.
Can't really see what I'm doing. Ah. I assume, yeah, something is being ground down.
If you're grinding concrete, it won't make the same grinding effect as if you're grinding armor. It's supposed
Copy.
it's supposed to like puff up with smoke when you grind, but that doesn't always work.
Okay. I am seeing if we can make this happen. Yeah, we can. Just gonna have it's just gonna look kind of weird, and that's fine. Just have to charge so many times.
Let's try the thing here.
So much charging. Ooh, it looks like it might rain. This is good. We need all the rain that we can get. Everything is on fire.
Things. What are these welders called? Welder 30. That's part of weld pad A. Okay.
Here we go. So I have to adjust these so that I can get them all to match up. It's working though, so that's good.
Okay.
That
Set
and-
quota.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. I think this is the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Alright,
No.
so let's copy this.
Too focused. I think that's the one.
Paste.
Maybe. We'll
Paste.
Just go up here and ensure that we get the right one.
Paste.
Okay, got it. And then floor.
And run downstairs.
Success.
We'll see if it does anything. Fire Flash. I don't know if that will fix anything, but we can try it again and see. I just put a quota for all components on all of the welders, so they should all have at least one of every component. The intention being that it will try and the intention being that the inventory system won't try and pull it out of it constantly. It'll try and pull less of it out, I hope.
We'll just jump. Nice. Okay, and then pop that in there. We'll encase this rock forever in concrete.
Sounds like something you would do.
We're preserving the rock. Yeah. I don't have enough. Please? Okay. Oh no, am I stuck? No, I'm not stuck. Brilliant. Okay. Will I have to switch out these blocks? Probably. Make sure I'm not standing on it.
Did it? Hope so. It's just that that EIM wants to pull everything out of the grid, right? It wants to pull everything out of the welders because it doesn't think it should be there, but it's being too aggressive with it, so it's not letting stuff linger there. Makes me wonder, is there a server-side config for that? I don't think there is. Systems, Press Mechanics, Prospector. Store. Oh. Saves.
I'm gonna have
Storage.
to wall all of this too. And because the floors are half blocks, we get to do
There's
all of
no
that by
setting.
adjustment over again.
There's no server setting for the inventory.
Whoa.
Look, there's a backpack down here.
Is it yours?
Oh,
No?
I think it came from grinding scrap. Somebody
Ah.
scrap down. There's some more. Wasting components. Jeez.
Back in my day, we never wasted any components.
Think about it. I think I have to get over there.
Let's flip this. Like so. Block. Great. So we can get this side encased.
Out of concrete again? Jeez.
We're out of concrete?
Oh, I'm out of concrete.
I was like, what? A crisis has occurred. My goodness.
Concrete. There it is.
There we go. And then I can just... Oh no! I forgot about the other block.
Ah, good job.
Okay, what if I flip it? You know, I thought I had it. I was excited. But bested by space engineers.
That's about right.
As always. I'm just not very good at this game, to be honest.
Terrible. Need better. When is the next good welder?
Oh, and I'm out.
Mission grinder needs cobalt.
Crummy time to be out of concrete.
That's fine. I can move it.
Okay.
Oh, do you need your welding truck? Or where do you need to be? We need to weld stuff. I see. Okay.
My couch. Oh, I see. That could work.
I know we're not actually out of concrete. I know.
Final's physical person was out of concrete. Go. Ah, thank you, Aaron, for the hydrate.
Not like I needed these blocks anyways.
Okay. Look at this. We're moving. We're grooving. Oh. Okay, I think we have to remove one of these floor blocks. I tried. Didn't quite get there. It's fine. Don't mind this giant hole in the ground as I try to figure out what I'm doing.
Goga's causing trouble again.
I'm trying to fix the trouble. Have a little break. Have my water. Ooh, I have a bag of candies here. I can have candy too. Haha. Very healthy. They smell like you open the package and it's just like, whoo, sugar.
Gallon Darklaw, show us your bucket. I don't have much in the way of buckets at the moment.
Welcome, welcome. This is a good color scheme. I like it.
The concrete does not come in the 1x2.
It doesn't have as many options, unfortunately.
I have been thinking about getting a 5x5 concrete XL mod going,
So we're just gonna adjust.
but I have not done that yet. We already have 2 mods in the server that I've had some hand in that I need to keep an eye on. they're significant.
Just like a
but
big time modder now.
I am not. I just happen to have
Final's a big time modder. He has,
specific requirements.
but he has a mod
Two.
on.
Well, not one of them isn't really mine.
There's one by Final 977 in the mod list, so you should go and look at it and add it to your favorites and like it and whatever the things you're supposed to do are to make it more popular with everybody.
Oh, there are some.
I'm trying to be your hype
arrowheads.
person, Final, okay?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hello, Freaky. Are you interested in hearing a bad joke? Would you like to hear a dad joke, or would you like to hear a joke to offend men? All right, now I'm gonna go back over to this side. We're doing this systematically, y'all. Oh, and another bad joke. Excellent.
Your jokes are already terrible, team. You don't need any more of them.
You haven't heard a good one. Well, that's why they're bad jokes. If they happen to be good, excellent. I'm setting them up. The bar is low.
I heard some explosions.
No. If you have no preference between the dad jokes or the jokes to offend men, I will just pick at random. But I'm giving you the opportunity. Offend men? Alright, let's do it.
Okay, let's hang on. Before we do that, we have 22 viewers.
Huh? Oh, yeah, well, how many people am I gonna offend so they leave?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Oh, here we go. All right. Just gonna read the whole thing. What do moldy strawberries and the egotistical men at my job have in common? It only takes a few to ruin everything.
Oh.
It's weak. It's weak. All right, let's see what else we got.
You notice a trend with the joke market here?
Oh my gosh. Oh, this one is sad.
Why is it sad?
This one hurts me a little bit. Okay. Why did the woman think she was qualified to fly a plane? Because she's literally an airline pilot with 24 years of experience.
So true.
But yet. Okay, I'm on the TV in the hotel. So fancy.
So fancy.
So fancy. Weak as true. Keep them for months in your chest freezer. You should have screened the book more, Freaky. Some of them, I think, are jokes that women will immediately recognize, but might not be recognizable to men.
What are you folks doing up here? Sense people causing trouble. Storm going on.
Because some of these I'm like, I don't actually see the joke part in them. Oh, these. I'm like, God. Okay. All right.
Can't even... Oh, the ship's still there.
Oh, Freaky has no problem with a woman flying a plane. The parking part, however. Ah, that's the issue.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. All right, trivia. Let's do it. I'm just gonna open the trivia book at random.
I have no idea if Jared's throwing blocks at the shield.
Throwing blocks at the shield. All right, we got the natural world. Marvelous mammals.
But we already have the jokes to defend men. Wrap that up that quick? That was fast.
Well, there was only two. Only two. Ooh, marvelous mammals. Okay, how long can camels go without water? Trivia question is, how long can camels go without water?
You're running out of energy.
Energy again.
Oh, we got 3 more bad jokes. Perfect. Oh my gosh, longer than a woman bringing up the past. Which the man will still not remember. Goodness. Oh. Final will love it. I'll tell this story.
Oh no, what
It
now?
was so good. It was a couple weeks ago. I had to get up at like 6 in the morning because I had a really early meeting. And for breakfasts, I make us overnight oats and put them in jars so that it's very easy to make breakfast.
Look, I found out what exploded.
I was in my meeting at 7 in the morning, I think, or maybe like 7:30, and Final comes up to me, like very serious, and he's like, "What did you do with the breakfast?" I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure I put it back, but maybe I was so tired I put it in a cupboard. Like, you'll have to look around. Anyway, he found it. It was behind another jar in the same area of the fridge.
Myself off.
But was not immediately visible and therefore was gone and didn't exist. So we had a household panic about the lack of
a household panic.
oatmeal that was behind another jar.
It's not what happened.
That was exactly what happened.
It's exaggerating again.
I'm not exaggerating.
Or 100% exaggerating. No,
It
alien.
seems like fair play. That's absolutely.
Jared was not throwing blocks at the shields. Jared was throwing their new printer rover at something. I think it
All right,
looks
let's
like
look
it
up
fell
the
down the
answer
stairs.
then. How long can camels go without water? What is it? Quiz 230.
No, it doesn't look like a clang truck.
Nope, 227. How long can camels go without water? 227. The book says about a week. That's a lot of days to not have water.
What, 10,000 concrete in it? Yep. Yep, that's definitely what happened.
Charlotte, your wife will ask you, do you remember 2 years ago? And I'll respond, I don't remember, 2 days ago. Gotta remember things for more than 10 working days? Yeah. Yeah. Google says up to 15 days. I don't know. It's a lot of days.
Sure, that depends on your stonk, Campbell.
It's true. Probably camel dependent. All right. Do we want our bad jokes from the jokes to offend men or from the dad jokes? All of them will bother final, so.
Really?
Hangar would like some dad jokes. All right. We'll do 2 dad jokes and 1 offend men joke.
Suit systems offline.
I had talked about this on Thursday, but Freaky kindly gave me these 2 books to add to the stream items that bother final.
If the conveyors are encased alien, no. So they have to be exposed.
Ooh, okay, this one is spicy. What do men and exclamation points have in common? They make you doubt your professionalism, and ultimately you don't need as many as you think.
As far as I know, anyways, alien. Those.
Good. Yes.
See, we've changed the
Freaky
color again.
and his +1 came to visit, drank our wine, drank our whiskey in the glasses that Scarlett gave us.
Yep.
All right, let's do some dad jokes now.
My space engineers just froze. Oh, there we go. Never mind, it's back.
Hold on, let me go run up to the couch for this to charge whilst I get a dad joke going. Oh, this looks more chaotic than it was before. I've missed some things.
What? You missing things? What?
Constantly.
Sure, that won't come up again.
Almost 11 for you, and you're up for work at 4. My goodness. Wow, thank you for hanging out. Hope you sleep well.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Just break PhD's minor again.
Let's see.
Turnip. I have one anecdotal response from Fireflash saying that the welders work if you put a quota on them. So what I did was I put a quota for 10 of all components, and then they work fine. I could be wrong. That might not work. That's what I tested, and it seems to be fine.
Also, hello, Turnip. I saw that your username was there, but I don't think I said hello, so welcome. Okay. Dad joke. Why don't seagulls fly over the bay? Because then they'd be bagels.
Terrible.
Obviously.
Absolutely
Obviously.
terrible.
All right, let's... Okay. Next dad joke. Are we ready? Are we ready? What has 4 wheels and flies?
No?
A garbage truck.
That's right, I didn't want to know.
Oh, that was worth it, everyone. That was worth it. That's what we wanted. Good work, everyone. What do you call a cow with 2 legs? Lean beef. One was not sigh-worthy.
Just tuned you out.
That was great. Oh. Okay. Was it water or food that I was out of?
It's nice, but nice if there was a couple of bars in your head that did that.
Yeah, but I didn't use my brain to remember.
I'm sure you'll use that to come back at me later in 10 years.
Potentially.
Probably.
Oh, so the only water we have is in the kitchen, which
Oh, there's water in one of the containers.
I just don't have access to it.
There was water in the containers, so maybe there's something else going on.
I anticipate
Ow!
that we need to make some more. Cow with no legs is ground beef. Exactly, Rev, exactly. Now, do we have enough? Production.
Let's put some more concrete in.
We have.
Oh, good. I need more concrete.
And then is this one?
Concrete.
What is it missing? Ice? Which is what the moisture machines are supposed to be getting for us?
There's lots of water, right?
Where?
Wait a minute. Maybe I'm crazy? Hang on a second.
Oh, I should just get some food too.
Huh. It's only
Ah.
in the barracks kitchen and in the custom kitchen.
Uh-huh.
Okay, never mind.
That is correct.
There was more, but
We've been drinking it all.
I am L crazy.
And I made some more tin cans, but we need ice. You can see it there. Thank you, Kelga. Let's do another 500
Clean
of
up.
those. A little late to put a beacon on.
Is a little.
Yes, I wonder if you can calculate how much beef you've eaten in the last couple of months, Freaky.
Probably a lot.
Just because you've been so heavily focused on eating steak from the keg.
It's jumping around trying to get my attention.
He did a week of 110 ounces. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of beef.
True.
Holy. It has been a day of making things airtight.
It has been. So much concrete welding.
So much concrete welding. But you know what? It's going to be helpful.
Say that.
$320 or 32 ounces of the keg. Wow. 22 ounces. My goodness. That's a lot of steak. That's true, Scarlett. That's a lot of meat in your mouth. I was waiting for a comment from Final, but...
Yeah.
No, leaving that one on the table.
Yeah.
You might want to charge your suit.
I will need to investigate if this probably won't be airtight because of the way I've done that.
Yes. Oh no, now we've run into this issue again with the half blocks.
Focus causing trouble again.
I'm cleaning up the trouble.
Terrible, Callan. Terrible.
Oh my gosh. You have the heart of a lion.
Suit
and a lifetime
shutdown
ban from the
imminent.
zoo. When a woman is giving birth, she is literally kidding.
Yes.
I was just reading it for the benefit of the other chat here. Everybody wants to know about those jokes.
Con. See.
Final's still chewing on that one. Yes, I know he doesn't often miss the opportunity for a horny joke, but...
Nope. I don't.
Energy reserves
Wonderful.
depleted.
To charge.
This one.
There we go. Charging. Keel too. That for a minute.
Too much meat for him to comment on. Must be.
Totally.
32 ounce. There was also a mini creme brulee. Look at you.
Okay, that's that done. Over here. Can plug some doors in now, and let's put a vent in.
I am a bit listux.
Wow.
Listux.
There we go. Off in there.
Ding, ding. You'll do many things for creme brulee, alien? Okay. Nothing is off the table.
Nothing.
Nothing is off the table.
Where is the door? The door blocks. There they are.
Earl's in Lethbridge is the better creme brulee. I used to like Earl's.
Earl's
Haven't been
used
in
to
a long
be
time. It used
quite
to be
good.
really good.
It was one of the more Canadian West Coast chains that eventually did rather well because of the level of service they provided. Kind of died out after they franchised a bit more.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's a new door for Alien.
Oh gosh, Turnip, one of your friends saw you go into Space Engineers on Steam and asked if it's fun. I mean, I don't know.
Depends on your point of view.
Yeah.
So here's a new hidey
Like
hole.
signing up to get kicked in the face repeatedly. Depends on how much they enjoyed that.
This box is three blocks tall. So you can put whatever you want in here. It's pressurized, there's a vent. And that's it. Enjoy.
Ah, howdy, Malloy. Welcome. How are you today?
Put a bucket or 172 in there. There you go. This is going to be my encased conveyor line. So if it breaks, it'll be in here somewhere. Actually, this could be an airlock, so I could do it here. Then it's really gonna be safe.
Yeah. Pretty active Sunday for you, Malloy? Are the kids going back to school this week? Or are they already back? It seems like it's different everywhere, but I'm sure like the back to school-ness of it all.
Skoka's really showing how much she knows about children.
Well, it's different in different states and provinces. Because, like, in the schools in this district, they go back on Tuesday. But one of my coworkers in Alberta was saying their kids went back on Thursday of last week. So, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Is it though?
You cannot just assume.
No, it's true. You cannot make assumptions.
How is Paradiso on your end? It is going. Making some concrete. I'm just doing concrete today, I think.
Yeah. I was going to
all
be...
these pipes are exposed.
I wanted to build a tank today, but that did not happen.
No tank for you.
Well, that's a death voxel.
But that's sort of like what Paradiso is. You're never going to exactly work on what you think you're going to work on, and you're mostly just making sure the base stays together.
Yeah, it's
Kind
true.
of. How it lands.
It's gonna happen. All right, fine.
I need concrete. concrete. Okay. The oldest goes to school Wednesday. Was supposed to already, but fires delayed the start. That makes a whole lot of sense.
Really annoyed when people use the turn off the dampeners instead of turning off the engine.
Oh.
Fine.
Is it fine?
It's fine.
Just take a deep breath.
It's fine. Running this where I think I'm going to run it now is probably too low.
Oh, we're using up so much concrete today.
Oh. Is it going to be too low? It's probably going to be too low.
How low can you go?
It's going to be too low.
That's a good point, Scarlet. You don't typically want to set the school on fire. Yeah, that's... I can
Take
see
all
how
this
that would be a
out.
problem.
Yeah, let's just lower the whole grid. Yeah, it's perfect. Great idea, Aileen. Great idea.
Yeah. Here's your problem. Ain't got no gas in it. Oh, this one's out of a motor. Uh-oh. Hold on. The line is down.
Breaking
Line
stuff?
is down.
She's breaking stuff.
Yeah, and it's smoky, so I can't see. Need motors. What's that? And what was it? Steel plates?
Zell, welcome. How you doing?
Whoops. Whoops. See anything?
Let's do this so we don't lose connection with the main grid.
Not do it.
Good, thank you, Zell.
Welcome, Zell.
Trying to make all the things go.
Great.
Wonder.
So now the floor needs to extend over here.
That could stay like that. That.
Burn it all down, Shadow Wolf. Who needs school?
Go school. No want go school.
You don't have to.
We gotta work tomorrow either.
Well, it's a holiday, so no, you don't have to.
Starfield all day.
You're gonna play Starfield all day. Murderous piece here.
We do have it live, Zell. We're playing on it right now.
It is currently happening.
Live and in person.
Streaming to you live from what is not Paradiso, but is the Paradiso server. We have yet to find Paradiso.
Paradiso is all the friends you made along the way.
It is a state of mind.
Hmm. Are you in the Discord, Zell? Can't remember. I think you might be.
There are a few administrative hoops.
There are. Yes. Yes. You are in the Discord. Let's see, where is my...
No, unable to place. Am I out of concrete? I have concrete.
Yes. So all you need to do, Zell, is fill out the community seat server application form. and apply to the Steam group, and you're good to go. There's also a storm going on outside.
Okay. I'm gonna die.
You know what I'm realizing, team?
What are you realizing?
The bad guys aren't enough.
We're shooting ourselves in the foot enough with the rest, I think.
Ah. I'm sure you have many discords. That is a reality that most of us have to deal with.
Oh, yes. Well, you can see the pipes of this one. You're currently 19 kilometers away, so at some point we'll get a vehicle of an ability to travel a far distance. And then we'll come visit.
No, fine. All the real bad guys are the players who joined us along the way. You mean Jared? Yes. You are 100% correct.
And then it will flip over. I mean, we're going to try and get there.
We need to build a tank. We need to
Not
build a tank.
currently happening. Why did we do all of these half concrete, everybody?
Because it was meant to be cheaper.
And now, here I am, just grinding down and rebuilding.
Do need cobalt. True.
Okay.
I need more concrete.
There we go.
Great.
I understand. I do get it. I just don't like having to redo all of the work. But I get it. I get it. I've spent
Skulka
years
doesn't get it.
building and unbuilding. I
She doesn't get it.
I
It's
do
fine.
get it. I have spent many years doing this.
On the app. All right, let's see. Ah, I see it. All right. Find Dazelle. Where is it?
I mean, no offense or disrespect.
She does. She hates it. She's very aggressive
I don't
about it.
hate it.
She's very mad.
No.
Very mad.
Well, hey. Space Engineers in particular is a game where you make any sort of comment and people will either tell you what to do, will criticize you for the choice. Like, I'm not talking about this group. I'm just talking in general from streaming and playing Space Engineers for a while, where everybody gets very defensive about choices that have been made and everybody really believes the way that they're doing Space Engineers is the best way. It's a very sort of difficult space to navigate. Where you're like,
Is it?
oh, I'm just making a comment. I'm not like trying to offend anybody or burn anything down, but like you can't say anything about Space Engineers without it being misconstrued in the wrong way.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong. Also, thank you, Zell, and your application
So
has
I
been
feel very
approved.
self-conscious often about playing Space Engineers.
You should. You know why?
Why?
Because you're a woman
Because I'm a woman?
on the internet.
Is that it?
That's 100% it.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I
Be
can't
afraid.
do anything about that.
Well, it's too bad. I feel for you, not really.
Yes. Right? Right? Well, it is. It's a very interesting player base. There's only one. Yeah. There's only one right way, and it's my way. So then when you get a whole bunch of people playing together, everybody's like, this is the right way to do Space Engineers. There's not a lot of like, let me try your way. Just in general.
What we're gonna do, Fire Flash, is we're gonna
I don't
run
know how to do it.
this one here. We're gonna run a
You might want to charge
reinforced
your
conveyor
suit.
line down this hallway and across the bridge here.
gonna take this out and replace it.
That way we can get the conveyor line over to the other side for that hangar for those miners.
No, I know, y'all.
It's critical.
It's difficult to believe that the men of the internet have not chased me away thus far. That's really the shocking part.
Isn't it amazing?
And yet Final calls me a quitter, but here I am.
I mean, you do quit easily. Never give up. Never surrender.
Systems offline.
Charge, because I'm gonna die. There we go.
Okay, is this...
so-
I'm thinking I can take the scaffolding out. That seems fine.
Zell, if you go to the channels and roles section at the top of the Discord, you'll probably see a whole bunch of other channels have been added to your view, so you should be able to see the info channels for Minecraft and Satisfactory and Valheim and all these other things. And what you need is Paradiso or Finding Paradiso info. That will show you the details for the server. And I need to run over to the Steam group for 1 second.
Might want to charge your suit. Okay. Let's do that.
Did you apply to the Steam group, Zell?
I do feel that I exemplify one of the bros. Absolutely. That's really my vibe.
Because you'll need to be in the Steam group to get in.
That's exactly it, Shadow Wolf. I have a big, strong man. Protect me.
It's true.
All caps.
If you're not careful, Jared will come get you. The link to the Steam group is in the application form, Zell. And yes, thank you for the compliment on the form.
Yay, compliments.
The whole point of the form is exactly that. We don't want to have trolls, and we want to reduce the chances of... Like, SE servers for a while there had a real rough time with hackers and annoying people.
Being rude.
It was a little bit more than just
Don't
being
like
rude.
rude.
But, yeah. Was the gist of it anyways.
Not allowed. Not allowed here, anyway.
Also, Skoka's very anti-complaining.
Because, I mean, you do love complaining.
I do love complaining.
You do
Yeah, it's my
love when
favorite.
people complain.
It's my favorite, yes. Oh yeah, that's easy to do. Especially if you make it public as well. Ours is, I mean, technically public in the sense that we want people to play on it, but it's not, we keep it behind a couple of hoops. Oh, more lightning. It's a gated community. Yeah,
It is a gated community.
it's true.
But it hopefully gives... Ooh.
Yep, connection problem.
Ooh. It hopefully gives other people, you know, a sense of feeling a bit safer on the servers. And I say servers because we have other games, not just Space Engineers. Because we don't want it to be a super toxic place. That's not the vibe.
I can't tell if the server crashed or something else is going on.
Unclear. Yes, exactly. Without all the racism. like real estate gated community. It's trying its best. It's having a rough day today.
Yeah, it looks like it crashed.
It was like, I am tired of all this concrete.
As soon as Zell joined, it crashed. But it's not actually crashed either. It's like
It was thinking. I'm back.
You back? Huh. Well, I'm still thinking about it, so. There's nothing in the connection log.
Well, thank you for saying that, Pseudo. I appreciate knowing that it is appreciated. Or not providing a super toxic place to hang out. We're trying.
Looks like I'm stuck then. Yeah, I might have frozen.
If you don't find a place, if you can't locate a place that is the place that you want, you build your own place.
Alrighty, let's do this. At disk. There we go. Because listening to that welder sound over and over again is probably not helpful.
What? I'll see if I get flung around somewhere. Oh, geez, did I pop one of these again?
Probably.
Oh, I did. I goofed. I goofed! Oh, actually, no, I can grab it from here.
Okay. It looks like it's okay. The server's not throwing anything weird, so. Looks like spawning in the drop pod is also working as expected now still, so that's good.
Lovely.
Welcome to
Just
Space
you.
Engineers team. That's kind of how it works. There we go. I'll have to see how many people are on. 8 players.
8 players. Oh my goodness. That's exciting. When we first started getting servers, we were like, will anybody play on them?
The modded block to like their logo. Yeah, I saw that.
You have an ad break, so should you be relaying any important information, you might want to wait.
No. No.
No?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Nope.
Yes, it seems to have resolved itself. A quick brain bleed. I've stolen the charging chair.
Turnip and Malloy. I was saying this to Shiba earlier, but let me know if your underground flying contraptions are more stable. If they are,
Energy reserves
or they
depleted.
should be, because I made a change to how the what was I trying to say? I made a change to how they worked, how the drag settings worked. I realized that they what was I trying to say? Yeah, I realized that they don't work the way that we. Well, I realized there was one setting that was wrong, so that's pretty much all I got.
There we go.
Yeah, Fire Flash.
And welcome, Zell. Glad you got it in there. And thanks for hanging out, Fireflash. Oh gosh, I just hit my headphones on my microphone.
Skoka.
Apologies.
Can never be a pro streamer.
Never. I hope not.
The drop pod's pretty fun. It is very generous. I made the drop pod too generous.
Did you make the drop pod too generous?
I did.
Aww. Okay, we'll do a block here.
Yeah, Zell, the only thing to really remember is that grids without beacons will be deleted. And
Stick a beacon on everything.
what was the other thing? There are block limits. You'll see them in the info panel. But not too crazy.
You're welcome to join a pre-existing base, or if you want to make your own, that's cool too. You do whatever.
Any of those things.
Oh yes, Freaky is going to get his Atlas server back soon. So we will play on that one whenever it's available.
Which roof? This roof? This is what? Yeah, 3 blocks. Does it hit the sides or does it hit the top?
Oh, I took one concrete block out of the floor here. I'm sorry.
The sides. Okay, so we have to be conscious that it should be at least 3 blocks tall then, right? I'm just thinking about my construction over here. This is just scaffolding for my construction, but the actual bridge will be further up. Probably about, should be about 3 blocks. Oh.
You hope? Is that now? Okay, yes, that should be enough. Cover
So
all
much
of it.
welding.
This is early stage Paradiso. It's
Just welding
mining
concrete.
and welding
Mining and welding
for
concrete.
like literal months. At least when it was just 2 of us, it was literal months of just doing this. So it's nice to have help. And then every time you took a vehicle out, it would die. So we're still in that stage.
A lot of new stuff on it. It's lots, yes. You're also welcome to join the Kanuki faction if you want, Zell. You can also do your own thing, but you're hostile to us right now. Just be aware. And the Kanuki base beacon and the Kanuki in Turnip Town are listed in the GPS or in the Discord,
I guess we'll
in the chat channel.
there. Guess that belongs to this block. Okay. Oh, that got it. Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put that in first. Storm.
Germ. Ooh. I'm gonna need some food and water.
Combat phase now active.
Okay, so let's flip this over. Perfect opportunity. Look at that. That's just brilliant.
Wow.
It's just brilliant.
See if I can. Wonder if we can get the hangar up and running.
Maybe.
The miner. Rust no matter what I do, so.
It's all gonna be rusty.
There's some inventory for sale.
Final could go shopping.
So much shopping.
His favorite.
Absolute favorite.
Oh my gosh, do we have a disco party going on?
Yep. It's very broken.
Oh, that sounded good. That's not sounded good.
Jared again?
I'm not sure.
Sounded like a Jared. Enemy ship. Attacking you or attacking something else?
One.
Oh, nope. You're just on the main grid, so I don't know.
Absolutely, Malloy. He's like, yes, shopping. Can I spend money? Spend credits. Can I spend?
Wonder if I can get away with just making the wonder if I can cover up these conveyors with glass.
Oh, kind of cool. Okay, rations.
Yes. Yes, you do. I was directed at turnip.
Got it.
That's not what I wanted to do.
There you go. I have 2 of those.
That was dumb of me. All right, let's try that again.
No, we don't call ourselves dumb.
Oh, I is a very stupid.
No, that's not true.
True. Thing on me anymore, do I? Thing.
Look at this. Progress!
Deal. The introductions. Is that Robo that you're talking about, Zelf? They still need to do an introduction.
They need to make... Yes, there's a channel where they can explain a little bit about themselves.
Totally fine if it's real short, but the intention is to have some details.
Everybody has to do the exact same procedure.
I need concrete.
Gosh, it's amazing. Like, we have concrete. You could probably
Yes.
use some of it.
Was
The glass might
stupid.
give them a Spacebar's armored conveyors look.
right.
Mm-hmm.
It would also probably give us the most breathing room I can possibly put in here. Did you queue up the job? Queue up the job, Zell? Survival kit?
Zoom around here. Okay.
Here you go. Welcome, Robo.
You have a nice time at the lake, Winter? Oh, I'm so glad.
Okay. Let's see. Do I have any glass in my hotbar anywhere? No, I don't. Glass. Window. These ones. That there. Girders. I need some girders.
Found it. Perfect.
Girders.
Gosh. I love the little, like, bloom and then the little hoe emote together. It's so cute. I have a little, chocolate chip cookie emote, too, that I need to...
Look at you
Finish.
making emotes.
I know. Well, I'm trying to, like, figure out which are the most popular ones, so I put those ones as followers emotes, and then... Because I don't want to, like, gatekeep an emote that's very popular. Because then you can use it everywhere, too. My gosh, floating around in the lake drinking a White Claw. What an afternoon. So happy for you, Winter.
Which is just showing off now.
I know. Like, was the intention to make us all jealous? Because it's working.
Let's check the application forms.
My gosh. Turnip Town is already at decorating? We're so behind.
There we go. And Robo's been approved for server seat. Run out of server seats. Well, not that soon, but eventually.
Well, I guess something to be aware of, because we've had a few new folks today. So the servers are very generously funded by our Patreon. And we also, when we set up the server, we had like a bonus number of seats that we started with, but depending on the Patreon tier, it donates a bunch of community server seats. So as a patron, you get your own seat that is always there for you, and depending on the tier, you gift seats to folks in the community. So you don't have to pay to play, but there is something going on behind the scenes for that to happen. So we've set up a system so that we keep track of how many server seats are available from our patrons. And once those run out, we'll have a wait list. So then your option will be to wait until a seat comes up, or take a look at the Patreon if that's something that's available to you. But otherwise, we'll keep a list, and then when somebody gives up a seat, we'll give it to the next person on the wait list.
Okay, so now that that's done.
Oh, I thought the follower emotes you can use elsewhere. Ah,
I thought they could have, but
bummer.
the flechette launcher is manually fired. Yes, turn it.
Yeah,
Fire automatically.
Shiba has been an SE machine. That is very true. If you pay really, really enough, you get to touch it with your big toe. There is a picture in the Not Safe for Work channel where Freaky has his foot in front of both of the servers that are in our apartment. So you can see what the case of the servers look like.
It might not fire if you put it on a turret. It might fire. I'm not sure. There is a turret version of it, but it's large grid.
We want to make it as fair as possible in terms of giving people the opportunity to play, but also, like, it does cost money to buy and maintain a server. So we were trying to find the best balance between that.
Yeah. And we figured the community server seat program was probably the easiest, safest way to do that without having to, like, go some, like, weird pay-to-play shenanigan setup.
Here we go. Alien and Freaky have found some issues with the buckets in Atlas.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Concrete.
It would be nice. Okay. Daddy Bezos says only paying people get to use the email. Okay. All right. Well, at least I can make them followers so that everybody can use them during the stream.
Oops, that's the wrong one. I want this one.
then do I need to adjust any of the emotes? Are there any other emotes you want to use in other places?
Get rid of these. Window there.
This is going to be a really secure pipe. There's just so much concrete.
We want secure.
Oh, I hope it's secure.
Okay, so I have a conveyor line bridging across now, and the height is pretty high up, so it should be out of the way. See, we've been building a rover, and see, we have a... Oh, Jared's building a winged craft. Trying to build a fighter. It should work.
Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. Nailed
Glad the welder pad works again.
it. Good.
It was a point of consternation.
Final is sassy today. That's how it's been.
I am not sassy. Klingons do not get sassy.
They do not get sassy. It's been good. It's cool to see other people playing Paradiso.
I think you are correct, Alien.
It's true. Freaky did pay for the bucket ship. But it's like all of the servers, we all have to like figure out who's doing what, who's interested in what, how are we gonna make it happen, you know?
Am I bringing this down over here? Is that the
Sorting
plan?
that out, it seems.
I guess I should
Bad
probably
joke.
wrap it all the way around.
All right, well, I think the dad jokes were the most final sigh-inducing, so we're gonna select one of those, I think. What do you get when you cross a 4-leaf clover with poison ivy? A rash of good luck.
Terrible. So I think I need to go that way.
All right. Final, why shouldn't you write with a broken pencil? Because it's pointless. There we go. There we go.
Never let Freaky buy me a book ever again.
Final, did you hear about the dentist who treated a ghost? They had a brush with the supernatural.
Yeah.
True. It was a gift for me.
Okay.
There was just a different intention behind the person.
Let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. Don't let me ever let Freaky buy Skoka a book ever again.
No books allowed. Oh, right. I need the concrete. That would be helpful.
Let me check. Did I miss that step? I may have missed that step.
Let's do another
Oops.
500 of those.
You are correct. I did not hit that one. There you go. Done. Fixed. Sorry, Zell.
Even counter the bill. I mean, I don't think the trip to Vancouver was an inexpensive one, so. But you did get to drink some wine at our house that you would never have been able to drink otherwise. So that's exciting.
Well, unless he bought it at the Fairmont.
But it wasn't even the correct year.
It's true.
So he would never have been able to get it.
This needs to be fixed. This needs to be done properly. Let's put this here.
Totally not as expensive as Monaco. I mean, that does check out. Look at that. We offered something truly amazing. Freaky was impressed, everyone. Just let the record show. We achieved the impossible.
Good. Let's do this.
Maybe... I'm trying to figure out what the easiest way to...
That.
Oh, thank you, Malloy. I think it definitely deserved some congratulations. We managed to achieve the impossible. Here, Freak thought he was gonna have a can of wine, and no.
I mean, we almost did.
We almost got you a can of wine.
I'd say we probably should have.
All right. We needed both. What? Oh my gosh.
Where this go?
I don't really. Some of these jokes. I'm like, I don't know what if they're offending men, but I think it's hilarious.
It can just be on the base. It doesn't have to be built.
Oh, this one doesn't. Okay, so some of them are just like statements, and some of them are actually jokes.
That doesn't have to be built, Zell, but I would recommend building it when you're confident in your placement of it, because you're going to have to deal with stuff attacking you. If you're being attacked and the beacon gets blown up because it wasn't built, that's a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Who's the only person harder to fire than a male professor with tenure? Winter wants to guess. Who's the only person harder to fire than a male professor with tenure?
Eh.
Yeah. You need to accept the next visit just to get a new book. I mean, you have our address for you. You can just mail them. Just a constant stream of books to annoy Final.
Oh, good.
A male professor, Donald Trump. So the president of the U.S. Okay, that one's popular. A politician, yeah.
We'll need a better welder.
Next, yes, a palette of bad books. You can just be like stockpiling them. Good morning, Leroy. Welcome. How are you today? I also recognize we're coming near the end of stream time. If you want to go a bit longer today, we can.
Oh, I got permission. Everyone hear that, team? I got permission.
You did. Well, I know you're excited, so I'm just...
I think what I want to do is get this. I want to finish this conveyor line, hook up the PAM, and then tell it to start mining some cobalt.
Because what would happen, y'all, is that we would stop the stream and then Final would just keep playing anyway. So it's like, you might as well just...
She will, Scarlet. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh no. Final will be just fine. Okay. Let's...
She's going to tell me that we have to go grocery shopping. Like, we have to do this.
You don't have to do any chores, excuse me.
Excuse me. I go grocery shopping with you.
Your only chore is to attend grocery shopping
No,
with me.
It's not the only one. I used to start the laundry before you did until you started being
used
like,
to
no,
start-
you're doing it wrong.
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You were like, no, you're doing it wrong, so I have to
You would
fix it now.
forget to do it.
Well, that was one time.
Final would only ever put the laundry in the laundry machine, would never take it out and move it to the dryer or take it out of the dryer.
Besides the point, that is not at all relevant.
That's not all relevant.
That relevancy is low.
Low relevancy. Okay. Who's the only person harder to fire than a male professor with tenure? Answer. His father, who, incidentally, also has tenure.
That's a lot of concrete. Okay, so the thruster effects are cool. We have that mod on. So the hydrogen thrusters look very good. See that Jared is with, since your comment, Alien, has changed the design of his wings.
Oh, that's interesting. Freaky. You can truly get a pallet of bananas for DE, maybe.
That's actually a great idea.
Galen, quote, does the laundry and then leaves it in a giant pile on top of the machines. It's a good one. There's some of these jokes to offend men that I'm not quite sure of in terms of their joke ability, but some of them are great.
I mean, the idea is good, Alien. If we have such a thing as a fast attack fighter, it's actually not a terrible idea at all.
Oh my gosh, Final liked an idea.
I just
Everybody
also...
note the date and time.
I appreciate that it's going to explode. But I want video of it. Everything is content. Watching Jared explode is definitely part of it.
Everything is content.
Grid cleanup in 5 minutes. Put a
Put
beacon on your
beacons
stuff.
things, everybody.
But something else that I want you all to know. There is a bomb. So you can drop bombs on the bunkers.
There's a bomb.
There is a weapon called the Shrike Bomb Bay. And it will drop bombs, and they inherit the velocity of the vehicle that dropped them.
Oh.
Which means if your fighter is going... If your strike fighter is going X meters per second, the bomb will carry forward. And it will drop onto the target as you would expect it would. You can also just use warheads.
Energy reserves low.
take a break, see what they're doing.
Strong unknown signal 50 kilometers away.
While I just do all the grunt work here in the basement. Oh. Okay.
I mean, realistically, it's
Quite the
not any
machine.
different, Freaky. It's really the same thing.
You stormtrooper. Oh, I see. Okay.
There have been a number of blocks built today.
Just a couple. Well, that's gonna be interesting.
Let us
We'll
see.
have to let us know when the launch happens. How does that get out of the base with the top of the base completely walled in with concrete?
Well, might need a push-up launch vehicle or something like that. I don't know.
Just asking the important questions here.
I did imagine a piston-driven launch setup for the SCO miners.
There's an exit. Oh, if I've missed the correct exit, I apologize. Maybe you should get Final to build a door on a hinge
We could definitely build a hinge door.
for 3 months.
I'll fly off to space. I'll be fine.
And then it immediately flies off to space. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. But I have to charge, so.
I mean, building a large sand carrier is a good idea. I did say that we can and should do that. I mean, I can, Alien. It's
I don't, it's sounding like you might not get it.
it's just this. I know what performance impact that setup has.
Okay, how are we looking?
Hey. But
We're getting to the point where we can seal
need some girders.
this up. I just pop that one, perfect.
Girders. Some girders for the glass.
Actually, I guess I don't. This one's gonna stay where they are. What I'm trying to get to is that bit.
Okay, like that.
I can just.
That.
Ah,
That.
nope.
One's not gonna work. It's gonna have to be a concrete block. Go do that right now. Be a flying carrier then. I mean, it's kind of all the same, isn't it?
Oh, almost have it. Okay. Oh, nope, that is the slope. Almost.
Got some trouble over there.
Nope.
Believe you. Finished sealing up your little hidey hole over there?
Me?
Yeah.
No, this is a large pipe system. I had to dig out a whole bunch of it.
Uh-huh.
I anticipate I was given the job because everybody else was like, this is going to take a long time. We'll give it to Skoka because she loves long menial tasks.
Don't forget things rust.
She's played on Paradiso for 3 years, so she can probably make it happen.
So close to getting this thing figured out.
So close. That's good. Guess I'll play my tiny violin.
Yeah. See Jared explode. That'll be fun.
You'll have to let me know when that's happening.
It might be a little bit. Definitely need a cargo container on this level. Holy. The glass shouldn't rust.
Okay. And then the longer this takes, the
I
more
could be
you're like,
wrong.
well, some of these pipes could have been rusting at this point, so.
Well, if the glass rusts, then we can replace it with concrete. It'll be fine.
But if the conveyor is here, the conveyor lets in air, the conveyor junction. If I have all the concrete around and there's a conveyor junction touching the air, does that mean that air might be getting to the pipe?
No, it means that junction's going to rust.
Okay, so this gets all fill in. Got it.
Power.
Oh, I'm out of interior plate. What? Gasp.
The more I think about it, I think everybody's right. I think the glass will rust.
We might as well just go with concrete. It's a safe bet.
It's true, but oh well.
We know what happens. We know it works.
Oh well. Change it now.
We are building function over form.
I do intend on making you repair that. That's right, Jared. I'll replace it.
No, you know who's going to
concrete
repair
eventually.
it? Me.
I'll eventually replace it with concrete. not like it's completely inaccessible.
Okay, can I jump up here? Yes, I can. Lovely. Oh, I've got a weird welder glitch.
Probably not.
How do I make that go away? I forgot.
What, go away?
When... Oh yeah, I got it. I figured it out. Haha.
Ow. Hey, do I have steel on me? No. Some steel blocks. Jared's going up the ramp,
Was it happening?
scraping against the wall.
We'll just...
It's going well so far.
we need some energy before we do that. We're gonna be out of food and water too. Good enough.
Just gonna stay here and watch. We're getting further along the ramp than we did last time. That's a good sign. Oh, could be stuck. Could be stuck. It's probably stuck on an edge.
They just built with concrete.
Oh, no, not stuck. Good job. Made it up to the... Oh, here we go. So you're going to run into a bit of a trouble over here, getting around this corner.
Bit of a trouble.
Yep.
Might have to
grind down that
shear-
cargo.
Or just shear some of the wings off.
See if you can make around this corner. Oh, is this the launch bay?
Where is the launch?
Is this the
bay?
launch bay, Calgar?
Ah!
I'm kind of all for this.
This is amazing.
The launch bay. Well, it's gonna be a launch bay now.
Well, we're gonna try to launch Jared.
Because
from
Jared's...
it.
We're gonna try and launch Jared out of it.
I think you're probably okay. What is it, 3 blocks? Because this is 3 blocks, so you'll just scrape the paint off the side.
No, it's more like 4 blocks, I think.
Yeah?
It barely fit 4 wide, so it's
Barely
definitely
fit
4
4.
wide.
Okay.
We're gonna have to build an elaborate lift system to get the fighters up to the launch deck.
Gorgeous. It's...
Get all these ingots and things.
Your
Okay.
inventory is full. Do you need me to say that another 1,000 times, or are you going to do something about it?
Just get
Well,
rid
maybe
of
if you, like,
this.
angle your way up. Then you don't have
Should.
to take out all the blast door blocks.
Probably be okay to get past that.
If you angle.
There's also a storm going on at the moment, Jared, so take your time. There you go. Yep. Combat phase now active.
The best time to launch.
Oh, great. I'm stuck
Well,
with a
I
corpse
tried to-
in my
like-
suit.
I pushed and died.
this night
now
or day?
You won't waste the batteries.
Can't tell if this is dawn or dusk. The sky is clear, so you can see. The storm is gone.
Go get my stuff. Is it dawn? Has the sun come up?
Unclear. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either.
Smoky over there.
I can't tell.
No idea. It has stayed about the same.
Jared's launch vehicle. I need some, like, access paths up here. Water. I actually need more food. Name the container food.
Oh my goodness.
Need your ramp anymore, Jared? We're restarting 15 minutes.
Ah. It doesn't appear to be getting any darker or lighter. So I don't know. Ooh, here we go.
See, and before you take off, hang on, let's just quickly see something.
Just need a casual 22 ounces of steak, freaky. Well, enjoy it.
So,
And thanks
Center.
for stopping by.
center of mass.
We'll see you next
and
time.
Center of lift, isn't that right? Both the roughly the right spots.
Going for it?
We'll have to see. Oh, he's got a high-powered spotlight on the front now. The lights? Yeah, they are. Intentionally strong.
Strongest of lights.
Here we go. Is he launching? Oh, come on. He's just crawling the runway.
Do we need more runway? I have
Yeah.
good seats.
We need a launch ramp.
Did you make a blueprint?
You might want to take a blueprint, Jared. Watch it explode. Now he's taking a blueprint.
Here we go.
Now he's in.
All right.
Okay, light the thrusters. Don't forget to turn off your stockpile. Clear takeoff with launch control.
Oh no.
I'm sure the server's going to restart midair, but that's kind of the fun. So,
You gotta be fast.
gotta get in the air and see what happens. Oh. Almost lost her.
I I got a bunch of pictures. Oh, nice work.
I do like the thruster. The thruster's good. Good
There
job.
we go.
Good job. Well done,
Alright.
Jared. Well done.
Brava.
Now you have to bring it back and get it back into the hangar. Calgar, before you weld these all up, don't forget that these are the half block or the corner blocks. Bring it on back.
Thought he was going to Turnip Town.
I think he is too, but he should probably come back to the landing pad and to the runway and land, because the server he'll restart. So he'll need our lights to know where to land. I'm thinking Jared's having a hard time controlling it.
Okay, I'll lean some lights.
Oh, waving. He's waving off. No, he's coming. Oh, he's waving off. Oh, no, he's not waving off. Oh, he's turning around. He's coming back. He's coming back. It's the alien. Oh.
Oh,
Good
nice.
job.
Nice.
Landed it.
Woo!
It pulls up a lot. Yeah, probably because you... the center of lift is probably just a little bit too far forward.
We'll see you later, alien. Thanks for hanging out.
Well, on that bombshell, let me go finish the hangar downstairs and then get it to go... going. To get
The
going.
landing was disappointing.
I know it was.
You're right.
Need to get this PAM miner running. That's what I need to do.
Where have you been working? Over here?
Well, on the conveyor line all the way over, including the bridge.
Nice. Very nice.
Steel. Launch tubes? I mean, kind of fun.
Get a tube. Oh yeah, the water is... Actually, no, there should be water in here.
I, too, was disappointed with the kaboom.
There
Leroy?
was little kaboom.
There was very little kaboom.
Actually, we'll just take all those.
Well, it's good to know that it's on fire. And probably not because it went out the launch tube.
Ah. You can eat the ration.
The ramps
Come
are too
on.
steep for
There
it.
we go. Okay, this
A lot
is
of
good.
running around.
Making some good progress on this.
This
So what I will have
conveyor
to
line
do-
done.
I'm trying to not paint myself into a corner, you know?
Oh, he's going to put it in the hangar? Look at that.
So attempting to strategically place all of these, but
Does it need more construction components? Of course I do. So I think we'll probably wrap up at this server restart.
that's probably a good call.
Wish I got further along.
Welcome to Paradiso.
I know.
But as we mentioned before, since this is now a server, the progress in between streams will be substantial, likely. So things are going to look different.
And the
every time we
damage will
stream
be
it.
substantial.
And the damage will be substantial, yeah.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
I was trying to do that impersonation, and that was terrible.
That was attempted it. You know what? A for effort.
Terrible.
We love the effort.
I do need to figure out if there's a mod that lets me disable painting and makes everybody have to use the paint gun.
You must use the paint gun.
Because I don't mind painting if you use the paint gun.
F for effort.
No A in effort.
The effort.
Almost there with this freaking tube. Pretty sure, Funky, yeah. Also, hello.
Welcome, Funky.
How's the ping?
Oh, this was not an opportune spot to fall.
I think it's partly because we ran we're running late.
Yes.
Do blast doors not reinforce smaller? It might not work right
We
now,
are
Jared.
running late.
We should. That's one of the changes that we'd like to make, but yes. It works on large grid for sure, but not on small grid. I thought it should, but I don't see it doing the reinforcing that I want it to, so we can probably easily add small grid. Bigger.
There we go. I can.
Yeah, I'm not surprised,
no.
Funky. The reality of space engineers and ping. Space and SE's special version of netcode. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing it works, but it's also
It's amazing.
Fortunate.
It works. That's when you know the bar is exceptionally low. When you're like, well, it works.
yes.
Not like, is it good?
I mean, don't get me wrong. In a physics-based game like this, where you have so many entities syncing and doing funky things, I expect that it works.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to reach that one. Ah. I don't think I need it, though. I think we're okay.
The reinforcement, like the Space Engineers mod, or it's not Space Engineers mod, the Weapon Core mod that I made that increases the resistance of blocks, that does affect blast door blocks on small grid. So they're tougher.
I need to charge. Ah, welcome back, Bashy. I think we're getting ready to head out.
We are.
Glad you found some cool air.
Oh, I'm definitely making things easy. We have a cool new mod that PD made for us, which is this thing here. So if you hold left control see this X-ray update, and what it is that when you are on right now only on large grid, if you're on large grid and you have blast door block columns like this, so you have at least 2 blast door blocks in a row like this, when you hold left control, it's showing you an overlay of the blocks that are being strengthened, so they're being structurally reinforced by the blast door blocks
Concrete.
to a certain degree within a certain range. So the green block in the back here, this one, the green block is getting a 40% damage reduction. The yellow ones are getting a 30% damage reduction, and the orange ones are getting a 15% damage reduction. And when you look at them like this, when you build this blast door block column, it's making this wall stronger. And then there's a cool bonus thing that is, if you, for instance, build columns like this every 5th block, the block in the middle that would normally be 15% reinforced is 30% reinforced. So it's upgrading based on neighbors. So super cool. It's meant to actually make the purpose of building structurally in Space Engineers make sense. And the server is restarting.
Okay.
So get to your beds. Too bad that I didn't finish this thing, but it's close. So does that feel like Paradiso yet? A lot of concrete welding, punishing conditions, general lack of food and water. I guess we'll see how far we get. If you enjoyed that, make sure to like and subscribe, and we'll see you here next time.